One other thing I need. What is it? Oh, yeah, water. Alrighty. OBS really does not like my volume levels lately, no matter what I'm doing. Oh well. I'll have to do some recording later just to test it out to see what it's actually doing, but it should be fine, all things considered. Let's see here. So I need blocks A and H2 to start things off. Let's see if I can find those. Oh, that's convenient. There's A. And H2 should be the hair. Cool. Alrighty then. Let's get things started, shall we? I guess for the sake of the vodular nature of this, welcome everybody. Hopefully the day is treating you well. My name is Jude, your judicial utility droid Mark III, here to provide you with a relatively comfy time while we're getting some stuff done. I don't do a lot of kit building stuff, but I've always had a want to do it. So I've started with the... Well, I did Chaos and Pretty Grandma before, but I was finally able to get my hands on an Exorcist Widow from the Megami Cutie line. So I'll be working on that going forward. And maybe since we have two now, we can do a little bit of kit bashing with all the extra parts. Granted, if I can actually get these bags open. So there's A2. Oh, this bag's actually got multiple in it. It's got H2 and I. I probably should get like a white placemat or something for doing Gunpla kits, shouldn't I? Because I realize I keep getting the Gunplas that are primarily black in nature. Not inherently a bad thing, but would probably make for an easier viewing experience if we could see these a bit more clearly. Oh, right, I was going to make a Twitter post. That was the part I was missing. Don't... Not that one, this one. Going live now. Won't be a rush job or anything, so don't worry too much if you're late. Great. Oh, right, Google search. That's not what I'm looking for. Why are you doing that?
Hi, Jude. Judica Wave.
Well, hello there. That goes right over top of the music, so I didn't actually see who that was. Whoops. But welcome in. Thank you very much for the sub, I believe that is. Ah, none. Thank you very much for carrying on for 37 months, and welcome back into the freezer. Do hope everything's going well. We're just getting stuff started, as per the norm. But how are things on your side? Twitch's linking system seems to be a little bit buggy. Things are pretty great. Got a new job offer. That's good. Is it anything you can share yet, or is this an NDA kind of thing until we can confirm all the other bits and pieces? So let's see here. Starting H2 15? Oh, H2. 15 should be one of the hair pieces. Yeah, I'm finishing another interview, but basically I decided that I'm going to join Spry Fox working on Cozy Grove. I feel like I've heard that name before. That game's already on Steam, right? Or something by that name is on Steam under Cozy Grove? Because that sounds familiar. Do I have much burring? Because I don't really have much burring this time. First Cozy Grove was on Steam and Switch a few years ago? Okay, so it is a familiar name then. That's good. Well, hopefully speaking, you get to enjoy the project with it at least. Because I know that game at least has a good amount of following behind it. Hmm. Methinks I grabbed the wrong A board. Because I don't think by A1 it means that. Are these actually separated like that? That's I. Well then, this is going to be a little bit concerning. We're already on the first step and we're already lost. This is the sequel. It's only out on mobile via Netflix Games right now. I'm a little bit concerned that it's on Netflix Games, but I suppose things could be worse. I'm assuming, well, no, I'm probably asking too deeply. But hopefully speaking, it's a good experience for you. Working on mobile can be a little bit tricky overall, but I believe you've done a bit of it already. It looks like it's the bottom of a head. What is it talking about? They are fully owned by Netflix, and they know there's limited reach with the situation. Yeah. Still, though, it'd be handy if it wasn't. Spry Fox has tons of experience with mobile. Okay, yeah, you'll be fine then. Can't really imagine anything going super wrong in that department if you've got a team that's already used to the platform. But, just to say it at least, but congrats on getting another job. Or at the very least getting to second and or third interview with them. Since I know it's not exactly easy to get work in game dev right now. That's all for the gun. That's M2. Let's see. E and Z and C. My hope is that I can join and work on a Switch port, but no idea if that's even on the plate at all. I mean, if it's Netflix games, they'd probably be smart enough to notice that they got the original game on Switch. And that's probably part of the reason it would have done well. So I can only really hope that they understand that fact. That's for the gauntlets. And apologies that I'm looking away from the camera. I'm honestly just looking for the part we're supposed to start this with. Because it seems to be labeling something a little different than what I can actually see on the A board. Oh. There is a second A board then. Jesus, that was like at the bottom. Yeah, that does look like it. Okay. I got the offer from them. The other interview I was talking about was for another studio. Oh, okay. Well, then, still, congrats on getting with Spyro. Sorry, Spry. Can't say no about them too much myself, but I remember the hype around Cozy Game, or Cozy Camping. So it should go alright. One specifically, which is you. I'm just here chillin', at least providing a comfy space with various Vocaloid tunes while we work on a minor obsession. Just a minor one. Shouldn't be anything too big. Although that is slightly mean of them to have two A boards. Design-wise, you should never really do that, especially with stuff like this. But granted, these instruction booklets are in Japanese, so it is entirely possible that I'm just not reading something that's actually stating, hey, look for the peach board. 2A boards that are different colors. Yeah, this kit's a little bit more complex, if I'm being completely honest. But that's nothing new. But it is for the construction of her head, so nothing super complex so far. So let's see, we need 14 and 6, because they're initially getting us to build the default standing one with the full head of hair instead of the headphones. 14 and 6. So you are 6. Oh. Six being a lovely little back piece with just a few extra holes on it. That one's going to need a bit of sanding. And then it was 14. Yeah, aside from the job hunt, anything else fun going on, Non? Or has it just been pretty forward on making sure you found something? Oh, there's the third one. I've had some fun movie nights with friends recently. It's always good. Anything fun pop up on the radar? Or watching some of the older stuff? Just yesterday we watched Rocky Horror. Okay, yeah. Sticking with the oldies, but definitely the good ones. So nothing inherently wrong with that. Mostly older stuff that we can chat with when we watch. Before that, we watched Labyrinth. Labyrinth is not one that I know of offhand. I would assume it has something to do with a labyrinth. Or at least some cavalcade of mysteries and adventure. I'm unfortunately not a very good movie buff. Living out in a cabin in the woods, you honestly think I would, but not quite. It's a Jim Henderson movie with Bowie as one of the leads. So Muppets and David Bowie. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a bit of Muppets with David Bowie. Let's see. They apparently want you to layer her hair slightly. It's not what I was expecting, but I should just move forward. I wonder how tightly it's supposed to go back in there. I guess it is going to stick out a little bit anyways. It's definitely a kids movie from the 80s, so lots of overreacting and some slightly traumatizing scenes. Kids movies from the 80s were just a completely separate beast, wasn't it? It's honestly a little bit silly how much they were able to get away with back then. Okay. Gives us the base of the head at least. Then we need 1 and 2, which are these two little side pieces up here. So that would be 2. And that would be 1. Are there any 80s kids movies I actually remember? 'Cause it's honestly been a hot minute since I've really watched anything like that. Don't know if I really do. I should sand this down a little bit first. Get some of the burring from being on the board. I know there's always the never-ending story, which probably traumatized a few people when they were younger. I believe the Dark Crystal was also one that I remember with a little bit of fondness. But the Dark Crystal is definitely not one people really know about as much anymore. Kinda got lost in the grand scheme of things. Dark Crystal was great as well. Also Jim Henson. Yeah. There are a lot of good movies credited to their name. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Is Jim still actually alive at this point? Like, is he still making films? Or part of films? He did pass a long time ago. Fair. If you're making movies from the 80s, can't even if you were a younger director, maybe hard to really keep up. He's the creator of The Muppets and Sesame Street? Oh, so he probably got the whole team together then, didn't he? Well, good on him. No? Gonna need another board already, apparently. But I also need to get the face plates. I believe Exorcist Widow only has 2 faceplates, so not quite as much variety as Grandma did. Oh no, she's got 3. Also Twitch, don't worry, that's just a butt. I also need J. I don't think I've interacted with the J board just yet. We'll just go with the default happy for now. I can always switch out the faces later. So to make this slight... Oh, right, I have to cut the face tag off. Doesn't really say in the instructions which head you need to use. I'm assuming the little blurb on it is kind of a, you can choose whichever one you want. But I'm not going to need you anytime soon. I think one of the older series that's still half alive and kicking, or is just in a weird zombified state, would be things like Thomas the Tank Engine. I can't imagine that's doing super well. No, I don't want to sand that part down. But Thomas the Tank Engine was equally as horrifying, so there's that. No, no, that doesn't fit right. I believe Thomas has had a few reboots over the years. Yeah, I believe that Thomas has had a lot to his name, unfortunately. But the writers for Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends have had a bit of a harder time actually dealing with it because it kept changing hands so much. I did watch a video on Thomas and Friends just because what's his name, Tomska, did a retrospective on it, because apparently people liked calling him Thomas when he was younger. Which, I mean, gives him a relatively good spot for it, so. Yep, there we go. Alright. And now I need the J board. The J board should also be the same color as the hair, so. Although weird that it labels it as the J. You're the other A board. Ah, yeah, they're being mean. They put one tiny ass little board with just a separate bit of the hair for the separate hairstyle. Realistically speaking, they probably could have just fit it in here somehow, right? Like, it wouldn't be super foreign to just add one little edge outside of that. Oh well. Mental oddities aside. Let's see. J2, number 2. Nope. I know since I'm at least up in Canada land, I had a bit of a slightly different watch experience just because of the fact that Caillou was kind of one of the more unfortunately recognized children's shows. Even though that was more of a baby show compared to anything, really. But that was just about a whiny child who had to be taught a lesson every single time because he was too angry to not listen to his parents, so wasn't really the best example of a children's show, I don't think. And then they also want you to cut out the bun on the back. The bun is a really small piece, but this definitely feels like an insert, if anything, just to cover the hole. So this is probably a piece that's going to want us to take off at some point, which is going to be interesting. Yeah, you can see just the hole on the back of the head. And I just want you to put that in there. In some way, at least. Nope. They made very specific pieces for plugging, apparently. So give me a quick second. I'll have to look at this pretty closely to make sure I actually have it lined up correctly. There we go. So yeah. Head with a little bun. Nothing too complex, at least. Do kind of half wonder what the little warning is saying here, but I'm assuming it's just about really tiny pieces being exposed to children. Because that's certainly going to be normal. Alright, won't need H2 or J2 for a bit because it's going to want us building the body, so it's going to be requiring a few other of the boards. So B, C, and P1 by the looks of it. Oh no, we need A, B, C, D. And probably that specific A, since we're building the body. So we need A, B, C, D, and P1. So there's A. We need A for this neck connecting piece. There's D. Oh, an old children's show, which I know that one's been running for generations as well, and I'm pretty sure it's still going to some degree. But Care Bears. Care Bears and the Care Bear stare. I can only imagine the level of nonsense that comes with that. Your R. Oh, there's multiple D boards as well. I know that the girl and her weapon are two separate things, but they probably could have done a slightly better job labeling the boards in this kit. Yeah. So again, D in pink, and then D in black. This set's apparently going to be like that, so we're going to actually have to keep an eye out for colors to not completely fuck ourselves over. And B boards in black too. I'm pretty sure. Well, actually. Okay, no, not this B board. We're looking for chest pieces, which may be in black still, but they'll be their own specific black. Def not confusing at all. Oh yeah, not at all. Super straightforward. But I guess that's just what keeps you on your toes, right? That's D2. I'm pretty sure I don't need D2. I need P1. Oh. That is P2 and L. I need P1. That is G2. I guess I should just be looking for the pink boards as well. Those ones are probably where going to be used right now. Yep, there we go. P1. That is O1. We don't need you just yet. Oh, there's the black B board we were looking for. At least I think so. Nope. This is another separate black B board. Oh boy. There is admittedly B ABS on it, which I'm assuming is the differentiating point between the boards, but that's definitely not what we're looking for either. That's L2 and Q. It's probably these, right? Well, we found the pink C board at least. That's probably what we're looking for. Although her default skin tone is definitely a lot pinker than Grandma's was. And there's the black B board we needed. Okay, so A, B, C, D, P1. That should be all we need for the moment. Apparently we're also going to need the titty plate as well, so I may as well just fish that out. That's tied to P2, which we'll need a little bit later. Oh. It's on K2. Never mind. That's on a different plate. I don't think I've seen yet. Did I mention K2 yet? I don't think I have. This is the fun of having my memory span, by the way. Unless it's important in the moment, I do tend to forget about things a little bit quickly, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, there's K2. And I believe we're looking at that piece specifically, which is the chest plate. I think this board does come with a few different chest plates, since Exorcist seems to be a bit of a bustier character in their lineup. Just put that over there. Okay, let's actually get this process started, shall we? So first things first, we need the B board. And then we need to grab the actual chest pieces, which is 3 and 1. Just put those off cam for a sec. So there is one. There we go. And 3, which are connected by C5 and C4. Beware the explosives. C5 and 4. Which are these guys. Okay, so that's 5. And then that is 4. All right, so start with 3. Then we put 5. Hmm. I just gotta remember how to actually put these in correctly. Because the shoulder bones should go out. Oh. Finicky hands are gonna be finicky hands, it seems. Kinda glad I kept my nails a little bit longer for this. That will help a lot with some of the precision pieces I'll need to put in. because I unfortunately have the strength to push them out very quickly without realizing it. And then one just clicks in over top of them. Oh. You are not closing in like I would like you to. Is it because those shoulder pieces aren't pressed in enough? Hmm. Considering I'm able to just take it apart with my fingers pretty easily, it's probably not sitting in correctly. Let me just take a quick peek at that. Oh. Yeah, that just popped out immediately again. Oh boy. Last time I heard the song in your stream was stuck in my head for 2 weeks. Sorry. When I'm building Gunpla, admittedly, Vocaloid does just help. Oh. That might be why you're not going in. You have to cut down on those nibs so they aren't super smooth if you don't sand them down first. That would explain the problem. Although I'd imagine when it comes to Vocaloid stuff, a lot of it is kind of half designed to stick in your head anyways, right? Hmm. Alright, shoulder bone, you can go in there, right? Of course, that was the answer. It's always the shoulder bones, isn't it? Okay. Now we need the shoulder plates from... Actually, no, we have to build the spinal column first, which is A, B, and D. So C is not a problem right now. B. Just gonna need these two brackets. Also, don't worry, Twitch, we're doing Gunpla building. When I say spinal column, I mean pieces of plastic that is going to resemble a spinal column. We're not an alchemist crafting humans or anything along those lines, I promise. There's 4 and 5 from B. Then we need a singular backplate from D, which is 12. And then one piece from A. Oops. Which is the neck bone. Okay. Gotta make sure this part's very smooth, just because this is a rotating joint, and you can't have any extra sticky out nonsense on the actual joints themselves. Mm. Considering my hands are going to be on screen a lot, probably should just do something with my hands for these streams, shouldn't I? I do have this shirt I like, which kind of just blocks everything else, but probably wouldn't hurt to have some kind of dramatic flair or something like that, would it? Let's see, and then D12. Which looks pretty much fine in that regard. Alright then, let's see here. So you put this ball joint into this backbone. To allow it to spin. And then you put in 5 and 4 on the sides. Oh, right. These are the conjoined pieces. So you gotta put the hole in. Where the smooth side goes in on the back like this. And then the connecting point there. And then that just goes in on the back. Like so. Just like we've had on the other one. Which gives you shoulders and neck bone. And then the part which I honestly hated from the last one, which was putting the shoulder plates on the back of these to try and limit their movement. That's on the P1 board. Actually getting the shoulder plates in pink this time. The shoulder plates on the other one were actually black. It's 10 and 11, right? Yeah. Because these ones don't seem to have a very good connection to them. They almost seem like pieces you're supposed to glue on, if anything. So that would be 11. 11 goes on the left side. What is that saying on here? Oh. I think it does actually say you're supposed to glue those pieces on. It's kind of hard to see on the manual itself, but you can see those little info bubbles for P111 and P110. Kind of implies that you're supposed to be gluing that. That would make a lot more sense. Shame that I don't really have anything for that. Does look decent though. So can't fault it too much. That's really all you needed P1 for. For shoulders. There we go. Now we gotta find... Got the bracket from this board, which is this little guy right here. And then the K2 board, which I believe is this black board. We need the titty plate off of this one, I believe. Apparently, they were just fine with making the nun have a bit more of a bust compared to some of the other models, which, I mean, who am I to complain? Thankfully, this initial portion is kind of easy. You're supposed to put the cleavage on the titty. Nope. Although Twitch has a slight issue with underboob now, doesn't it? I can't imagine I'd get in trouble for doing underboob on a model kit, but I guess we'll just try not to draw too much attention to it. It might save us in the end. Nope. One moment. I didn't actually install the flesh piece there properly. There we go. That's a bit more solid. Alright. M2. Hey there, Uchow. Welcome in. This specific kit would be the Bullet Knight's Exorcist Widow from the Megami Cutie set. Yeah. Trying to get the actual cover off just so I can actually show it. Yeah. I tend to slip the box into the cover just to make it easier. But it creates quite the suction. Nope. Almost. There we go. Yeah. This is functionally just none with gun. Oh. There we go. None with gun. I always love none with gun tropes, so when I was able to find the regular Bullet Witch Exorcist, I was pretty excited, but then they announced a Widow version, which was just gamer colors, so it's kind of hard to fight up the opportunity to try and fish for one. But how are things going, Ucho? You having a good night? I'm looking for parts. Because unfortunately, this kit is a little bit finicky because it labels the same boards, or it labels different sections of the model with the same board letter, which is not super great for someone with memory issues. Oh, oops. It's a good design. Just had some lasagna. And you bought a tablet? Well, that's good. Hopefully speaking, you can get your art journey and or your Osu journey going relatively quick. Since I know those are definitely the only two reasons people would get a tablet. PC. Don't need the PCs yet. Hmm. It's for note taking, but it's compatible for clip and can double as a second monitor. Oh, so you got one of the fancy ones then. That's always nice. Getting ones that are actually the full screen tends to add a little bit extra to your repertoire. Your B. Hmm. I guess I'm going on a bit of a hunt. I am not seeing the board I need anywhere in these bags. That's H2. I need M2, which is... Okay, I'm doing some hunting. 1 second. Pretty sure the early parts of this book actually label which board is which. So what board is M2? Oh, it's on the blue boards. Okay, that's why I haven't looked at it yet. I didn't think we'd actually get into the blue sections yet. There it is. Seems my M2 board got bent somewhere along the way. Should be alright. I know at least back when I was in post-secondary, I did kind of just suffer with a relatively old laptop that did not have much of a battery charge to it. So it took a hot minute to make sure I actually was able to take my notes properly. But that's what you do. M21. See, 371. This guy right up top. You can probably barely see it. I'm also guessing that this board is bent because this is more of a translucent resin compared to every other solid resin that the kits have had so far. So this one probably had a bit of a rougher time through transport. Alright. It's pretty straightforward. Just gotta lean the neck forwards and then get this to connect in on the back side of it. Just like a little necklace. Not too bad. Doesn't really connect, though. Oh, no, it does. I just needed to push a little bit harder. Alrighty, next page. The first page only took us an hour to do. It looks like we're still building out the body. Alright, so first things first. Probably won't need the blue board for a little bit, so I'll just put you to the side. Need the B board for the body for part 2. That is K2, that is not black. Alright, that would be the waist pretty much. Alright, next block needs a lot of things off of C, which is this board. So we need C6, which is just a bracket piece. Or at least a rotator piece. We need 7, which will be its main rotator. For the hip. And then we need 3 and 2. Which, I don't know how close I'm supposed to cut that, actually. I probably need that. So, let's not break it. There we go. 1 waist bone. Second waist bone. There's also just a random bar on the side that was not connected to that piece, but wouldn't be too surprising if they're just wasting resin on points. Alright, let's see here. So we take our rotator cuff. We put our joint on it, which gives us a nice omnidirectional movement. There we go. Needed a little more force to get that in. Honestly, a little hard to tell. We're still working with pretty small parts. No. Won't focus that. Okay. I remember this part. This was awkward to make sure they actually lined up when you compressed it all in. Although I don't think they fully lock in until you actually get the piece on the outside to connect into them. That's alright. We got our little wiggle bone with the feet. And then we can slip that into the back. Specifically with the feet into. There. Just doesn't have a huge connection just yet, but that's alright. This is what it wants me to do, right? Yeah, because it tells you to be careful about snapping those little legs. Well then, glad I didn't snap those little legs. Alright, so... need the K2 board again. That is B. So I need C, K2, and Z. I need the cylinder. There we go. Little cylinder. Then we need the skin board again. C board is getting eaten up super quickly. We've gotten almost everything off of it already. How much of that does it want me to cut? Right there. Okay. So there's you. And... yeah. Let's do a little sanding on that since we're working on connector pieces. Don't really want them gunking up. That sounds like a Toho song. It is kind of just the construction of it, though. It's not inherently one. Oh. There we go. Got our little Neum piece, which does look like it's supposed to be a little bit funky on the connection. That bugs me a little, but I think that's the point. Alright, the Z board. We have not had to deal with Z yet. Do I even remember seeing Z yet? I think we have seen it once, because it's combined with another board in a bag. That is B and another copy of B. And those are the B's for the Shoulder accessories. PC-A. I am afraid to ask what PC-A is going to be for later. That's D. You're also part of the accessory set. You're an illegal A board and you are the hands. Definitely don't need you. You are the PCAs. If Z is going to be one of the blue boards again, it's going to be a little bit silly. Oh, nope, found it. They put the Z board on Z because it's the last piece you want to look at, because it's filled with all of the tiny-ass connector pieces. Alright, thankfully we don't need the tiny connector pieces, we just need the big connector piece. But this board is going to be the death of my fingers. I think this board is just printed incorrectly. Got another piece that's just not actually printed to the board. Even though this is a bracket to actually print properly. It's another stray piece for the garbage. People can't sell, like, bootleg Gunpla kits, can they? I'm assuming they can. Well, I can only hope then that this isn't a proper bootleg kit. It does seem like a little bit of mismanagement on the side of, like, the double or duplicate labeled boards, but I've definitely seen worse. Let's see. And so from this perspective, we need the side that has the opening. Like that. And if I recall correctly, this acts as the proper hip that you snap the legs onto. That's just regular, not a sign of bootleg ammo. Yeah, fair. I think just the slight misprints on the board are kind of tipping me off a little bit, if anything. Just feels something weird is going on. Alright, so you get to go in the magic slot. So now we get a proper little hip joint here. And then one last connection between P2, K2, and O2. You're K2. Oh yeah, right, because her initial design has a little loinclothy looking thing on it. Oh. Yeah, I doubt this is a bootleg, considering this is from one of the top... Because I got it off Panda Hobby, which is supposedly one of the top kit sellers in Canada. And I doubt they would do me any dirty. Just get a little bit of sanding on this. Then this gets combined with O2. Let's see, P1. We need something from P2 anyways. But I might save that because it is literally this tiny ass triangle. Let's see. O2. Have we dealt with oxygen yet? I don't think we have. Yeah, bootlegs are much more of an issue if you're buying in person, especially off street vendors. In that case, it wouldn't be slight misprints. It's going to be missing whole boards or have ones with the wrong kit in them. I mean, the wrong kit would be funny, if anything, but some of the kits can be very, very wildly different in price range. So if you're buying like some of the $250 boards or kits, and you're just getting like the $79 one. Oh, there's O2. Haven't dealt with it directly, but apparently we dealt with the board that it was bagged with. Ooh. Did I do something stupid? No. Okay. I'm gonna put you on a color just so I can see you. In general, I'd say bootlegs don't really make it across the pond to the Americas unless someone's special ordering for shits and giggles. Yeah, I can't imagine it being a huge issue. I'd imagine at like conventions and such, you'd probably get people trying to do it for a quick turnaround, since some people may not actually recognize what they're supposed to be buying. Okay. So this gets to go into the bottom. There's an ever so slight difference on the black to the gray, but it is there. Don't get me wrong. And then we need the little tiny triangle from P2, which this is another piece they recommend you glue and or heat gun so that way it sticks. So that's probably a good sign. I don't really have anything that I could use to heat gun anything. I could see if I've got a lighter to like heat up my knife and then just gently melt something. Because if these pieces start falling off, we're going to have some problems. But even then, those are going to be street sellers or pawn shops more than reputable online retailers. Yeah, exactly. Good note to everyone. Please don't buy your gunpla off the street. That's not going to end well, I promise you. Oh. Sorry, this part's being a little finicky. Usually these parts they recommend you glue in usually are. Yeah, because it doesn't even lock in. It literally just sits there. Which I'm not sure if that is going to be enough to really keep it there once you snap the body on. Hmm. Yeah, no, that might actually need it. We have a physical Gunpla shop here in Seattle, which is fun to visit. I can imagine. I sadly don't have one in my local area. The most local I can think of is like Toronto, which isn't exactly close by any stretch of the imagination, unfortunately. So I have to get stuff delivered, which most of you know by now is mildly infuriating getting stuff delivered here. It's mostly in there. No, no. You can easily pick it out. Okay. So I'm gonna have to melt that on, huh? Or glue it on. I don't have glue, do I? Mm, come on, buddy boy. Just need you to pop off. Oh, there we go. I know I usually leave a little weakness spot. I just need the other side to come off, please and thanks. It would be kind of interesting if there was a proper physical Gunpla store in my area. The demand isn't super high, I'd wager, but I feel like there should at least be some people who are looking for Gunpla here. Enough so that the only Gunpla you can get isn't just at GameStop, it is just the cheap kits. If anything, that feels like the worst stuff. There's like $30 kits at GameStop, and that's like the only kits I can get in my area. Like the most beginner of beginner kits. It's mostly just nice to go and look at their gorgeous completed kits. Oh yeah, definitely. When you get like masters building these kits, well, masters and building the master kits specifically, that does tend to be a pretty good show overall. Like crap, you are in there, buddy. Okay, now to do some scuff. I'm gonna see if I can find a lighter. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Hello. Not really gonna condone what I'm about to do, but I don't have glue, so I'm gonna have to hope on just being able to stick it on there with itself. Don't what? We don't see anything? No, no you don't. Not at all. Don't worry about it. But also welcome in, Aiden. Hopefully the evening's running well. We're just putting together some gunpla kits, as you do. But what are you up to? You getting to enjoy the evening at least? Mm. We're unfortunately just dealing with a part on this kit that is saying to glue it on, and I don't keep glue with me, so that's not exactly something I can do. No, the kits don't usually come with the tools needed to build them, which is pretty common, unfortunately. I think it's a general thing, so I realistically should have glue, I just don't. No, that didn't work either. Um, I just don't like kits that require glue in general. Yeah, and unfortunately, since the instructions aren't exactly in English, I don't really know beforehand if I'm going to need glue or not, so... what's a good substitute here? I guess technically tape. Google Lens Translate. Yeah, that's pretty much what I have to do every time. I honestly just forget to actually do a quick run through of the kit with Google Lens beforehand. Which I realistically should do. Let's see if I can just get a little bit of this. When in doubt, you gotta improvise a little bit. Oh, this is a song I've heard a couple times. Come on, just slip into place for now. I almost just need a toothpick just to get the tape on. Oh, this is the real small stuff. Unfortunately, my hands are a little too big for this, especially considering, I mean, like, good comparison point as to how small these pieces are for me, at least. But I guess that's partly why they don't want you to use glue, because I don't think there's any way for them to really fit any proper connections for this within the kit. Tweezers? I'm not sure if tweezers would actually help me out either. Actually, do I have any? I think that's one of the things I actually need to grab still, because I haven't needed them for anything. Yeah, at least when it comes down to it. Eh. I need to go shopping tomorrow anyways, so I may just... How about executive decision? Just gonna put you in the lost pieces bucket for now, and when I get glue, I'll take this apart again and put that on. But for now, I don't want to spend half an hour to put a tiny triangle on the chest. It's not that hard to get it back out when I need it. And I guess it'll just be a good note for the future that I probably need to keep glue in the house. Oh, wrong page. There we go. That looks a little more appropriate. Let's see here. I think I put something on backwards. That's a good sign. Yeah, how is everyone doing? Is the summer at least treating you well so far? Hopefully speaking, you haven't had to worry too much about melting, or food going bad for that matter. Hides in the air conditioning. That is completely understandable. The Canada heat hasn't exactly been the greatest this year. Not the worst, but you're kind of like me and not a huge fan of the heat. It can be a little bit of a problem without at least a little bit of assistance. Thankfully, I at least have a system to keep me from melting, but I know not everybody does, so... Can only hope that those of you who actually need the help can get it sooner rather than later. You're like those old A-Star commercials. Oh boy, I don't actually remember those off the top of my head. Are you melting this summer? Are you gonna need some help? Why don't you call down Jude Cryobite to fix your AC? He'll get it done. I can't put my arm back on. You can't? I can put my arm back on. You can't? Yeah. I mean, that helps, right? I am the Domo Arigato Mr. Roboto, so... If you can have an android voice in those commercials, it'd probably be for the best. Your version is I can keep myself cool, you can't? Yeah. But I'm very used to making sure I can keep myself cold because I fucking hate the heat. The people who actually know me outside of this realize that I don't like going outside much during the summer. Unless I desperately have to. Like, you know, food. Oh. Don't think taking that out will make it any easier to take the front halves apart, but let's see. There we go. Sticky little thing. Nope. Hmm. No, that is still backwards, actually. Why is my brain not computing this at all? Maybe I'm not keeping myself cold enough. I should not be making mistakes like this. I guess the legs are put on incorrectly on this guy. Because the legs should be going backwards towards the back end of the knob. So that would explain the confusion. And yes, that will matter in the long run. Because then the back end will just turn in weird ways when you don't necessarily want it to. Just make them a flamingo with weird backwards knees. Sadly, we can't do that. As nice as that would be, can't quite do that. As we kind of showed before, end product will come out something like that, so can't really make the knees super backwards. Although we will be doing a little bit of customizing on our own end, too. Yeah, she does have quite a few assets to her. These kits aren't exactly the simplest ones, but usually speaking with the first step, they do try and simplify it down just a little bit. So, like, by the time we finish building this section, it'll probably be just a regular girl. Now we can finally move down the page, and I've stopped making mistakes. So P2O2. P2 would be this little guy for the hip joints, which these ones appear to be flesh. And then O2, which is the crotch plate. Where is O2 again? Because I know we used that recently. Yeah, there we go. Looking for Mr. 10. Yeah, this line of Gundam, or this line of Gunpla kits, rather, would fall under the category of Girlpla, I believe the terminology is, which is more so just mechanized girls instead. Tends to sell pretty well in Japanese markets for pretty obvious reasons. No, you don't say. Yeah, surprisingly, cute girls selling in figurine format are popular in Japan. Who would have guessed? But these kits are. I like you doing these kits if only because they're a little more complicated. So it takes a little bit more patience to really get them done. Which may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I find it nice. Let's see here. One. Patience isn't something I have a lot of. Patience doesn't seem to be a skill that a ton of people really have. I'm not like purely a patient person, but I have selective patience when it comes down to certain things, so it's not the worst task for me at least. Okay. Basically building an extended hip this time around. The assets on the grandma model were a little bit more subdued, but it seems like they may have pumped up the widow a little bit more. Although this one might also just be built with the fact of customizing the hip joint a little bit. There are other sections of the kit as well which don't have so many like bits of the skin showing, which I will eventually be working on because this kit does actually give a thigh part which is black, which we'll probably use to kit bash a little bit with the grandma model a little. So what I made so far, I think I see a torso and a head. Yeah, pretty much. The torso, the head, I guess specifically the head, the upper torso, and the lower torso, which for 2 hours isn't actually the worst of timing. But these kits are more intricate, so I'm not super surprised that it's going to take us a bit longer. Oh, there's just a way to lock it in. I believe I did that right. It does rotate on that spot. Just what you're looking for. Alright, let's see here. So, we can attach the upper portion of the torso to the lower half. Then we're going to need K. Or K2, rather, which is the grayish board. So we need U. And we need to keep O out and ready. Alright, first things first. There we go, get the body in there. And then we need to get the lower half of the body, which I'm apparently going to need Google Lens for because it has a kind of note here that which may be important. I'm assuming it's just you can make your choice on which part you want to use, but let's see here. Google Lens, where are you? Japanese to Japanese. Dude, Japanese to English. So that translates to the forward movement of the legs will increase if you use that specific part over the one that they usually suggest. So I guess those are just interchangeable. Okay. They're getting into the customization of that already. Well, just in case we do some posing, may as well go with the one that affords more leg movement. That would be this one. And then that just clicks onto the front. Oh. There. Then we need the tush, which I believe is this. Also, yes, doing gunpla kits like this is a little bit treacherous, if only because of the fact that you're moving so many tiny pieces around and so many named pieces that it can be a little bit messy. But welcome to Gunpla. Everything is always a little bit messy. So yeah. There we go. Hip joint. I believe next is actually the arms. So let's see here. I actually used the entire P2 board. Good. Gonna lurk on the other monitor while I play co-op Elden Ring. Yeah, I guess co-op, it does exist in Elden Ring, does it? Neat. Well, hopefully enjoy the co-op. I'm not sure if you're at the DLC, but enjoy that if you're dealing with the Erd tree. And thank you very much for the lurk. Lord, no. You'll get there eventually, Aiden. You'll get there eventually, don't worry. And hey there, Solace. Welcome in, buddy. Hopefully things are going alright. And welcome from your after work, or sorry, not after work, your late night nap. We're just working on the Widow Exorcist at the moment, which is proving to be a little difficult because there are multiple boards with the same letter tied to them, which is not helping very much. But what can you do? That's the hip joint if you want to have the hips to be flesh colored. So we don't need that just yet. Need board I. I don't think I've used I yet. I decided, oh, I can only see conveyor belts. I'd forgotten to close Factorio last night, of course. Factorio is going to be the game that's just on your deathbed that you just leave on, isn't it? I swear that thing could just drag you across the cosmos and no one would notice. Decided to tweak a few things and suddenly it was 5:30. Yeah, that would explain that. I didn't quite wake up at that time, but I do need the L board as well. I didn't exactly wake up at 5:30, but I am up slightly earlier in the morning than that, so... So yeah, welcome. Wexer... I keep wanting to just say Wexorcist just to make my life a little bit easier, but Exorcist Widow is an interesting kit so far, only because the initial portion of it has you adding a lot of extra little skin pieces onto it. So it's a little bit complex to actually get it to work. Enough so, actually, that I had to keep a spare little parts box because one of the pieces is so tiny that it needs glue to go on, otherwise it will not stay on. So that's good. Right now I'm looking for the L board, because apparently we're working on the arms now. Just L? Just L. But I guess aside from your Factorio addiction, anything else fun popping up on your end? Does Kim actually have two different Sako commissions going on right now? Oh no. Sako is taking over the temple. Whatever are we to do? Let's ease. What the heck is L? It's O1 and B. Oh. L. L is going to be one of the blue boards. I forgot about that. That's why I can't find it. Because I keep thinking the bluer boards are going to be saved for last. But no, these are interspliced as well. That is H and U. And you are F. You're not L, are you? No, you're M too. Maybe I'm mistaken. Alright, instruction booklet. What board is L? Oh. Well, that would explain why I'm having trouble finding it. The L board is absolutely tiny and only has 2 pieces on it. Boy, we're gonna have to find a board that tiny. I don't believe I've taken one out that's that small just yet. So that means it's hiding somewhere. Okay, time to dig through this again. Oh, found it. Also putting it on the wrong page. I need it on arms, please. Thank you. Oh, we're at the halfway point already. Okay. There. The L board, finally. Kind of seems like another board that could have just gone on something else, but... oh well. And it seems like the sun is going down, so that's why my camera is getting a little bit redder. Give me one quick second, I'll do a bit of light adjustment. Alrighty. It seems whatever has changed. The similar change to what happened on Wednesday. I seem to be peaking in Discord again. I guess I'll have to check on some of the gains. No one said anything, but has my voice been, like, cracking at all? Or popping, rather? Yeah, sounds fine there. OBS is reading a red bar whenever I talk a little bit too loudly, though. I may just need to cut down on some of the gain. Because maybe I'm actually getting more outspoken, and I'm not quite as quiet as I used to be. So let's see here. 15, 11, 17. So there's 11. Eleven, 17, and 15. We might do like what we did with Grandma the last time and just get the basic humanoid body done tonight. Considering we've only got a couple hours left and I can already kind of feel my bones not liking me. We may just try and strive for that outcome for the night. Okay. So start with 17. 17 is the longer one. With 15. Hmm. That seems accurate. Ooh, actually a bit of scuff. You know, one thing I should probably do in the future is I should probably get Amazon Prime Video so that way I can watch Has Been Hotel, at least legally. Because we don't talk about piracy here. Piracy is bad. Okay. But those shows are at least interesting, so should at least look into them. So there's the start of an arm. And then it also wants me to put one of the gray L pieces on. Specifically 10? Let's see here. What do you want me to do with this little bracket? It's got little notches on it, actually, trying to indicate what direction I should be putting this on from. So that's nice of it. There we go. Now I need that H board, though, because the blue sections are actually interspersed in between all the joints. So you're actually dealing with them a lot more than you'd think. Also, don't worry about off-camera cutting stuff. I am being safe with my knife. I'll probably need that later for the other arms, so I'll just keep that handy. So let's see here. It wants 16. Looks like there's multiple pieces to 16, so that's fine. And then that is the connecting piece between that and the next, or rather the shoulder. D. What board was D? D was the skin-colored board. So I guess we're building the shoulder then? 6, 8, and 10. So there's 6. Then grab 8. Does seem like 6 and 8 are duplicated on here, so won't be too hard to find those. And so is 10 for that matter. There we go. Absolutely tiny pieces, but that's what you deal with when you're building guns. There we go. So now I've got a little shoulder. Nothing complex there. But, as with all machinery, you gotta slip your spacer on first to make sure everything is actually aligned properly. And then you can shove the arm onto here. Does look like you can exchange your blue spacer for something else later, which I'll imagine is going to be dealing with the guns and accessories and such. Because there are quite a lot of those. Yeah, there's one arm. Let's see. It doesn't say to build it twice, so I guess it is just kind of expecting. And here's one of the songs that I like, if only for the chaos of it. The Z board. I believe this is the Z board. Yeah, there we go. And then Z, and I guess just your choice of hand. We're definitely going to be... We're going to have to be a little bit specific on which hand we want to actually use, because I don't know how all of her gear works, so I may just preemptively put the hands on that let her hold on to stuff. Hands. Alright, so gotta build a connecting joint, which is unfortunately in two very tiny pieces. So we need 1 and we need 8. That's 1. And then 8. Oh yeah, don't forget about your evening sanity for Arknight's Solace. We do have a few days before the next event, so... Fuck, that just popped out on me. Let's see if I can actually see it down here. Do I have my flashlight? So that would actually make it a little easier. Wow, I actually found it. That's an absolutely tiny piece. I should not have been able to find that again. Especially since I couldn't even hear where it would have plopped down. Alrighty, now the fun of actually putting them together. So I remember this being a little bit awkward the last time. But it looks like I got it this time. Absolutely tiny. I'm putting it on the red music note just for size comparison. But you get the regular end going into the arm, and then the click end gets to go into the hand. Okay. So now we take the lovely hand board, which is admittedly in the weirdest state of all. And let's grab Why don't I just grab the D hand? I guess this specific one is going to be the left arm. Welcome in, Daniel Gamer. Hopefully speaking the evening's running well for you, and welcome to the cabin. We're just working on some simple Gunpla stuff at the moment, but how's your evening going? Yep. Left arm. Leave the next page is going to tell us to build the right arm. Yeah, just do the same, but other side. That's not too complex. And we haven't put away any of the other boards, so let's just get to it. Move the handboard, though. Don't need the handboard for the moment. Alright, so we need piece 16 and 10 and 15 again. Good. Do you have any experience with Gunpla stuff, Danielle? Or you just searching around through arts and crafts, seeing the fun stuff folks are making? Since I know that can always be a bit of a chore to find something you'd want to watch while you're out in the wild like that. Just put the black pieces on there for now until I actually get a darker cloth to work with. Yep. Okay. It's better. Alright, so shoulder connection piece gets attached with this guy. And then oh, you can do it, little guy. Get in there. Alright. Forearm good. I guess we'll build the shoulder first, just to not have a fragile blue piece just shaking around. So let's see here, 6, 8, 10. Good. 8. No, that's not gonna work. Let's see here. we go. Probably won't need the D board for a hot minute. Hey, come on, buddy. There we go. Now then, your M2. We don't need M2 for a hot minute. Grab the other 16 spacer on our H board. It is nice having more translucent pieces to work with, though. The Pretty and Grandma set didn't have any of them, so it was a little bit standard. That's fine, though. And then just to connect it with the right spot, do that. Can bend outwards a little bit, but could pose a bit of a problem. Alright, now which parts on Z did we need? Needed 8 and 1. Let's try not to drop any of these again. Good reminder, the Z pieces are a tad small. And then 8. Mm. There we go. Alright, little wrist joint. Let's see if he'll be nice. Oh. I fucked up. I cut out both of the ones. I did cut out both of the ones. Whoops. Well, that's why we have a missing piece box. Which will now have 1/2 of a wrist joint and the one tiny ass piece of skin they need you to glue on. That's fine. These are wrist joints anyways. They give you 3 just in case you fuck something up. So we haven't lost it. Just cut it out a little bit too early. Our girl's not exactly going to be sporting 3 arms anytime soon. I don't believe there's many of the kits that have multi-arm on them. So you have to kind of make that custom. Let's see, you're at 230. There we go. Alright, and then we're going to need our hand board again. I believe we were using D for holding on to stuff. The hands themselves are also kind of a part of a weird point where You're gonna have to keep a close eye on them, because there's only one connecting point on the hands, unsurprisingly. And the Exorcist apparently has a very neutral style to her. Oh, I'm missing a piece, aren't I? Yeah, I needed something off the L board as well, which is the gray board. That's 9. Is that you want me to cut out? Wants me to cut another 10. There's a second L board, isn't there? Wonder what the other section is for, then. I'd assume, like, other versions of her arms would need one with a bit more of a bracket to it. There we go. 2 abandoned L boards. Let's see here. Clicky end goes on the hand. The arm just gets the slide. There we go. Alright. Now, assuming I haven't messed anything up, 2 arms. They also want you to build the legs before you snap everything else together. Okay. Since we're just building the basic bitch for tonight, may as well just follow the standard instructions. P1. P1... I think P1 should be a skin color board, right? Yeah, there we go. So what do I need off P1? I need 8, 8, 1, 5, and 4. Let's grab a 1. So there's 1. And I need 8. Just over here. It's also slightly funny that the one time you actually get to see hands move on this stream is the only time I actually have the flesh hands out. One of these days I'll actually get one of those, God, what was it? The leap motion? With the new desk, at least, I can set that up pretty easily, so if I can at least get my hands on one, then we could see about getting hand tracking going. Guess it's just kind of a question of getting your hands on one of those nowadays. The amount of VTubers out there, it's probably not simple getting one up to Canada. Although I think there are some experimental programs set up for 3D VTubing where they can just track your hands via the webcam to begin with, which isn't too bad of an option, but I guess I'd have to look into that. Probably help a little bit if I could just go up and wave, because God forbid I actually just stand here idly chatting your ear off most of the time. There we go. There's one thick-ass thigh. Assuming it'll just want us to build the entire one leg, right? Good. And you. Probably wouldn't hurt to sand down this a bit. If only because of the fact that this is just going to be on the leg anyways, so you probably want that to be as smooth as possible. And then the leg. Actually need the E board. We dealt with E today? That is O2. Those are the L boards. The flesh ones are for D and P1. I'd assume it's a black board. So it shouldn't be the hardest to find E. I believe it's one we haven't actually used yet, so let's try and find that. Oh, yeah, there it is. E is still sitting comfortably in the plastic. And I'll wager we'll probably need both of these. Oh, no, maybe not. You might have an extra set for extra legs, just in case you feel like building some kind of a centaur. So let's see here. 19, 18, and 15. 15 does have a note on it. Well, let's get the initial part out of the way. So that's 18. Here is 19, which... No, it does have an obvious place to cut it. It's just not obvious on the back. There we go. That gives us our knee, at least. Okay. Knee joint E15. E15 should probably just be a knee cover, if anything. Yeah, it's just a knee cover. Which you just need to line up with the cross. Which is probably going to need me to be a little closer to it, so just give me a sec. There we go. Here's one knee joint. And then we're going to need a mixture of I board, E board, and O1. That's P1. We don't need P1 yet. I believe that is D. Oh wait, wasn't I the one? Yep, there it is. I is one of the black ones. And then we need E and O1. O1 was one of the skin layers, wasn't it? That's Z. That's E. Oh wait, I needed E. Okay. So those two and O1. That's O2. I need O1. Alright, how hard in this mess is it going to be to find O1? Oh. Apparently it was one of the loose ones that I left out. Or slipped out of the bag, rather. I guess I should probably get a proper light source for these. Having a red camera like this probably isn't super great. So let's see, 11 and 12. Also, good reminder to everybody, make sure to stand up and stretch if you need to. Won't be going for too much longer, I don't think. Because we're just going to have to build the other leg and then put everything together. And then we'll probably leave it off there. At least for today. Because we'll have a lot to do next time. Which will be requiring to build all her armor. And considering this is a proper one, she's going to have a bit more armor than Grandma did. There's E. I just need the two pieces off the I. Which is 9 and 13. And there. A lot of dark pieces this time around. Considering it's the Widow. Shouldn't be super surprising. Longer block on top. Okay. Come on, buddy. You can get in there. This one needs a bit more force. More selective force, apparently. Mm. Oh yeah, that's actually a decent question for you, Solace. Did you actually fall asleep playing Factorio? Or I guess, have you ever fallen asleep playing it? Ugh, this part does not want to come apart. You don't fall asleep playing games, you just turn off. That's understandable. Gotta follow the game's logic anyways, right? Yeah. I can't say I've had an instance of that myself lately. But I guess there hasn't really been a game that's been able to put me to sleep aside from, at least back in the day, World of Warcraft. Not that I've played that a ton, but when I did try it out, it wasn't exactly the most thrilling of experiences. Now, why are you being so picky about the knee joint? I feel like that effect can happen with a few people when it comes down to MMOs. Just because I know there can be a few people who just can't actively concentrate on anything like that. Oh, is that why that feels weird? I'm thankful lately, at least, the MMOs that I have been playing haven't quite been boring enough to put me asleep while playing them. But considering I've hopped through things like Mabinogi, Final Fantasy XIV, Maple Story, I'm not exactly sitting with the super old generation of MMOs, except for Mabinogi, realistically. Here we go. I think I finally got it. Ooh. This is probably sacrilege, but doesn't really want to go in. Every other piece of you is fine. Why don't you specifically want to close? Almost feels like you need lube or something to actually get it in. Hmm. Wonder if I would have like pliers or something. Maybe it just needs a certain amount of leverage to actually get it in there. Okay, yeah, I do have some pairs. There we go. Just needed a little bit of extra leverage. That's all. Definitely don't recommend doing that, but good enough. Okay, and then the O pieces need to go on there too. These ones are at least a little easier to get on. Here. And then you get to go in. There we go. There's one knee. Gonna assume you want us to build the foot next. Yeah. Foot and then repeat steps for other leg. Then stick it all together and put it on the stand. And then next time, we get to work on building the entire head with the actual helmet and all that too. Where we get to start building the armored core. So that'll be nice. Let's see here, O1. O1 is one of the black boards, and it is one of the smaller boards with just like pieces on it. There we go. Oh, I need E anyways. Alright, so let's see here. 9, 14, 6. Good old 69. A number that has completely overturned the internet. Doot. Because people are just on the horny side. Which I guess shouldn't be super surprising, but if they were able to make a song called The Internet is for Porn, it should at least ring somewhat true. 14. And 14 is just a cylinder, so you're nothing super complex. And then E has the connection joint to the foot. I'm assuming it's 14. Okay. And I'll just keep that out to build the other leg in a second. So we want to put the ankle bone on here, because that will actually stick. Then our little connection bracket, which just connects via a singular little hole. So I guess I need to sand this down a little, just to make sure this is a perfect cylinder. Okay. So, singular tiny hole. Then just click that little guy in. Much better. That part will go on here without any spacer by the looks of it. So now you got a leg with a thigh. Then we just need the foot, which is on I. Looks like it's all on the I board. Okay, yeah, all the pieces on here look like feet. So let's see here. 5. Hmm, I wonder who we can actually raid tonight. I don't actively follow anyone on Twitch who does Gunpla-esque stuff, so I guess I'll have to take a look at the friends list just to see who is actually on tonight. Granted, it's a Saturday. I'm sure there's a good amount of people on. Be weird if there weren't. Oh, hey, bacterial contamination. This is a song I love. I just love the sound it gives off. It's not something you can cleanly recommend to people, but it's weird. The music video looks cursed, but it's lovely. In kind of a evil eldritch way. Do recommend looking it up. It's one of the older ones. It's difficult to explain, but bacterial contamination has a form of Miku that, like, can split her body apart, and she actively summons insects. It's a very odd version of Miku, but it's just a fun one to look at. Oh, sorry, gory is probably a better word. So if you're cool with body horror, bacterial contamination's a pretty fun video to look up. Because you're used to seeing Miku, you're not used to seeing Miku like in bacterial contamination. Really hate bringing out pliers for this, but some of these pieces just need pressure that I cannot provide. Shit. I dropped it. Well, I had the flashlight for a reason. It is one of the bigger pieces, mind. That's the piece of tape. Oh, there it is. Oy. Feel like I need a fence almost. Keep dropping the pieces tonight, and that's not a good sign. Oh man, Ken's getting a Ragnarok Online music. It's not often Ken talks about Ragnarok Online. Usually I have to bring it up first. Okay. And then foot goes here. There we go. We got one foot, or one full leg. Now instructions are due again, but on the other side. So, let's see if we can get that done quickly. Then we can wrap up at a pretty normal time overall. So P1 for that, H for that, and then a bit of a contraction on E01. And I. Let's get the booty cheek put together first. So 3 and 6. Also, yes, for the record, Exorcist is pretty caked up if we're going to be using current lingo. God forbid I actually use it, but gotta make sure these are topical videos, right? Gotta make sure to date them back to 2024, just in case aliens discover that maybe we didn't just worship Garfield. Let's see, 2 and 7? I am still curious, in all honesty, because if the Earth is ever just rendered invalid because the humans end up killing each other off and another species does actually discover our planet, what are they actually going to find first? What's going to survive? Oh. I fucked up slightly. Sometimes I think what archaeologists and historians in the future will think of this time period. Oh, it's going to be messy. I can't imagine they'll view it favorably. Okay, I need to take you apart somehow. Oh yeah, any fun stream things planned for use in the future, Solace? That we should at least keep an eye out for? Besides the dev stream here or there, Jason gifted you a game I don't want to play, but maybe it'll be fun to suffer on stream with it. Well, stream is usually a place where you at least want to show your suffering, so can at least hardly recommend doing that there. Believe people like the term Schadenfreude for good reason. I am mildly concerned what game he actually gifted you. Because I haven't heard any obvious disdain yet, but... Okay. You get to be part of that set. I clipped the wrong hip joint, apparently. This other one's supposed to be using 8, isn't it? Yeah, I clipped out 7. Good thing I noticed that. Go. Okay, that leg is fixed now. Can't believe I clipped out the wrong hip joint for that. Okay. Oh, this has got some range to it. Okay. Okay. Then should be 15 as the washer. At least for now. Alright, leg time. So, first things first is a bunch of pieces off the eye. That would be you. I need the 2 knee pieces, which are probably on the second eye board, because I know you've got a couple of them. Oh no, those are on E. E. You're E, you're O1. I need the other E board because they put different legs, joints on 2 different boards. There's 1. 19. You click into 18. to make a little connecting point for the knee. Okay. Then 15 to cover it. Because clearly a normal girl needs normal knees. There we go. Alright, next is a bunch of stuff off of I. Well, I guess stuff off of E as well. But 8 and 12. Yep. So 8 and 12 off of I. Need 16 off of E. How is the dev going, by the way, on your game? I keep getting distracted whenever you do actually do the dev streams, so mine kind of just blanks out a little bit. Ooh, my brain is dying. Oh, 1. Oh, 1. Should be one of the blackboards. Let's see if I can actually find it. Oh, there it is. Let's see. 8 and 13. There we go. Oh, that's why it's tug. Not super successful. There meant to be a time for anyone to ask whatever they wanted about the game and fiction, but the people who pushed me to do it didn't even want it. As far as progress, I'm rewriting a large section of it, so it's a lot of math. Oh. Quite a bit of math, then. Apologies on that. Have people actively just said they didn't want it, or the people who voted for it didn't actually come up? Admittedly, I'm part of the audience because I just keep brain blanking lately, but games are essentially math. I mean, life is essentially math. That's not a fact that's going to change anytime soon. The universe is an ever spinning nonsense of calculations that people need to pay a little bit more attention to. This way. This is the part I'm going to need pliers for, isn't it? Because this part doesn't really like closing on itself very much because it's got several different connection points. You aren't even supposed to force these that hard, but these knee joints do not like going together very well. Oh. It would help if I didn't put it on fucking backwards. Brain. We're not making an animal. This is still a humanoid, even if there's a lot of robot parts on it. Yeah. We'll still make it in time for the 4 hour mark to at least have the initial humanoid form of this done, but eh, shouldn't be making mistakes like this, to be honest with you. You know, I haven't exactly checked Twitch's guidelines. I'm assuming it's okay to just show a knife on camera. That seems like something they probably wouldn't allow normally. I guess you'd kind of have to if you allowed cooking streams and stuff. Let's see, which side is which? You'll be the easier one to get out. Oh, that's fine. It's just comic updates. Alright, come on, buddy boy. We got the hard part done. Just need you to unclick the top. Unless I can get the knee joint out without having to do that and just flipping it. Let's get you in. Oh, Toto actually got the raid over to Kin. Damn. I was half hoping we could actually hit Toto today, because I haven't exactly had a chance to visit their streams either. I'm just missing tons of people's streams. It's bad. I've been sitting in a really not great space mentally, so I tend to zone out a lot. And that's never great when it comes to actively needing to watch people's streams, or at least actively wanting to. Yep. Okay. Proper lower thigh. You can tell my brain's working overtime when I'm starting to put pieces on backwards. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm just gonna get the bottom part of it done, I believe. Almost there. Then I can rest these hands, because doing gunpla kits is fun, but all of the tiny hand movements and very tight pressure on very tiny ass spots is not very good for your hands, I've noticed. Which is why I don't exactly push for a 24-hour stream of a gunpla kit, and I don't think I ever will unless something very much changes in that regard. Because doing this for a super long period of time is not comfortable. Granted, if I had something like a Lego separator, but for gunpla, that would probably help with the mistakes I end up making. Need 14. There's 2 e-boards, isn't there? Where's the other one? Silly leg boards. Creating a larger problem. You don't need to. Okay. So, leg. We got our little cylinder in here. We get to put the ankle joint in here. I just don't want to fuck up the direction. Okay. There's that. Now I just gotta do the foot, which is 3 more pieces. All on the eye board. Which will be 6, 4, and 3. Almost there. And I'm realizing I didn't even take my break. I probably should make sure I'm taking my breaks when we do Gunpla stuff as well. There is not a good way to actually hold one's posture while doing this. Or at least with my current setup, there isn't a very good way of holding my posture. That's why you can kind of see me cranking my neck to the side just so I can see what I'm doing with these things. But it is the slow kind of enjoyable that I like doing stuff, so... Who hasn't suffered for their art before, right? Alright, so big piece. Shove the little guy into the slot. Bend up your little wiggly toe, as you do. And then shove the heel in. There we go. Little feet. Which gets shoved into the ankle bone for a leg. And then we can put that leg, maybe the right way, onto the leg. Although that looks a little weird. No. They look pretty much identical. Alrighty, so we've got a disembodied girl. I'm assuming next step is just putting it all together and then putting her on a stand. Yeah. Looks like you need to be a little bit careful with the hips on this one. Or a just warning that you shouldn't be surprised if they drop. Alright, Google Lens, let's see what you can do for me, buddy. Lower the hip joint, attach the legs, then return it to the top. Okay. Thank you, Google. That was actually a pretty clean Japanese translation for once. Oops. So there's legs. Here's hoping that the shoulder plates don't pop off with putting the arms on. Guess it wouldn't be super easy to do crossed arms with a doll like this anyways, but got the option at least. Oh. Hmm. Put the little crotch cover back on. Doubt YouTube will be angry at me for it, but you gotta be careful. Oh, oops. Yeah, I guess you won't really sit straight up anyways. Oh, that a little bit finagling, but that's not too bad. This is her before we get all the armor on, but they definitely tried to make her a little bit more filled out than Grandma, which I guess is saying a good thing at least. Now let's get that stand together. The stand is also made out of the blue translucent plastic, so I get to use that stuff. Guess I was half expanding, or half expecting the stands to be mostly the same, so maybe if we have a few differences between them, it's not inherently a bad thing. Alright. The stand actually has one of those connector points that wasn't even connected to the resin board. Maybe this one just misprinted slightly. Oh, no, that's intentional apparently, that it isn't connected to the board. Okay. That's odd, but sure. Don't. That will go in the hole. That'll give us our swivel point. Then we need one bead from 4. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty even bead, so. There we go. Just a simple stand, nothing super complex or anything. And then 1. No. There we go. Then we can just clip that onto there. And now we've got a proper mount, which we'll just shove into the back. Oops. The orb can apparently fall. Good to know. She appears to be a little too tall for the stand. That's concerning. Hmm. Maybe I put my pivot too far in. And then you seem oddly loose. Do I have you in the wrong way? No, you can just go straight down if you want. Maybe let's put this on before the model, just so that way there's enough way to push it onto the ball. Guess we gotta put it in the lower half, so that way she can actually stand up. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do some practice, I think, just for posing these things. I am not very good with that just yet. That's not too bad. I'll take a proper picture of it just because the lighting with, I guess the current setup is not quite good enough for this, which I suppose I could do better, but more you learn, right? Well, yeah, there's at least the first step, which is just building the main body. Even though a lot of the steps on the next part are just going to be building a separate head anyways, and probably taking apart the arms and legs to swap in the connector joints for all of her armor. And changing out her necklace and such as well. That should be alright. It's interesting that they actually give you just enough hair pieces to build a completely second head if you feel like it. Yeah, we'll get to that next week at least, so suppose we can be ready for that. But that puts me just out of time, so I guess let's wrap it up here, and we'll go visit someone. We could visit Kin, technically, but who else is on? Let's see, Saito's on. Joel is on, but my rules kind of prevent me from ever visiting Joe until I get extremely more popular. Even if it would be nice to tell him that he is part of the reason I ended up streaming anyways. Oh well, one of these days. I had Jason's on. You know, it's pretty rare we ever actually get to see Jason on, so fuck it, let's go there. Did my audio set up right? I did not. Good thing I caught that. He half announced that he was going to stream tonight. When he posted the cat picture, he said he might stream tonight. He appears to be working on a gun, so that seems appropriate for going from gun to gunpla. But to everyone who may be lurking, just because the Twitch count seems to never actually tell me anyone's lurking. But thankfully, or thank you very much for sticking by while I've been working on this. I'll be back again with this next week, and we'll work on the actual armored version, so that way she can actually be nunned up a little bit. And we'll be back with the boys on Wednesday, and maybe Mousy or some other fourth just to help us out with Behemoth. But yeah, thanks for joining. I'll talk with you later. Please take care of yourself. And I guess I didn't really say at this stream, but my birthday is technically on Monday. So I guess this is a kind of holiday weekend for me anyways. Oh well. Enjoy your evening. I'll talk with you later. Bye-bye. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.